Okay. All right. So here we are on uh, basically our sixth session. Um, let me. So yesterday we left off on 4.1 introduction. Um, so types is what we'll be learning today. Looks like we'll be going through some string, lists, tables. Oh no, not table. Sorry, that says tuple, tuple. Set basics, dictionary basics. This one will be useful. Actually, I think we've already dealt with this a little bit, but briefly. Type summary. Looks like we'll be doing a grade calculator. Type conversions, binary numbers, string formatting, and then we'll go through some practices and labs. So, all right. Um, as I mentioned before in all my other lives, um, if you want to cover something specific that you're struggling on, or want me to review something else, like let's say you benefit more from going through tests than going through this, then we can do that. But for this class, I strongly like, if you're watching because you're in WGU and you're doing the D335 Introduction to Programming in Python, then I would highly recommend going through each uh, each section here up to files, because everything you're going to do in your tests, that's where you're going to get all your knowledge from. I promise you that if you, let's say you stop at 3 or 4 or 2 or whatever it is and you don't finish these, you're going to have a hard time completing the tests, whether it's the practice test or the real test. um, you'll have a hard time, and the reason I know is because I already tried doing that. And so usually I'm like, I don't really use ZyBooks for any of the other classes, but this Python class is the one class that I've run into that I highly recommend going through it. But if you're just with me, to kind of go through this with me, so that way along the way you're also learning and learning Python and things like that. I still think this is a great way because it takes you from the basics to a more advanced stuff, things like that in order. Basically the same thing you'd get in any other course or class. Um, so let's get through this then. So, all right. And what I do, if you haven't seen my other lives, is I read through it. I try and explain it as much as possible to the best of, like, what I know so far. I don't pretend to know it all, because the reason I'm doing this is because I'm also learning myself, and doing these kind of help me, you know, talk through it, help me absorb the information. And along the way, I know that hopefully, if somebody wants to study with me, basically during my lives and study with me, hopefully I'm helping somebody else. So, all right, here we go. In Python, every object has a specific type, which determines the operation that can be performed on it and its behavior. Understanding Python types is crucial, as it enables you to work with different kinds of data correctly and efficiently. Python's built-in types include integers, floating point numbers, strings, lists, and many others, each with its own set of attributes and methods. Recognizing and checking types can help prevent errors and improve the readability and robustness of your code. In the following section, we'll dive into some essential functions like help, type, and the uh, name property. So if you've seen my other videos, we've seen this, but very briefly. We've seen type. We used it. I can't remember. I think it was a couple sessions ago. We used this to figure out if something was a string or an integer or a float. Um, we have not dealt with help yet, so that'll actually be new to me today too. Um, let's see. And then name, we dabbled in this when we used type because we did type dot underscore underscore name underscore underscore, which read it from which made it print out instead of printing out this way, it only printed out the integer when we added this name property here. So that's what we did in the last, I think it was a couple videos ago, but so okay, so it looks like we'll be looking at the help one today, or I mean right away. The help function in Python is a built-in function that provides interactive documentation. You can use it to access help on modules, functions, classes, and methods. This is particularly useful for beginners and experienced developers alike, as it helps explore the detail of different Python components without having to leave the interpreter or other development environments. Example, help print. This will display information about the print function, including its syntax and docstring. Explanation of type. Oh, well, that was brief and easy. Explanation of type. The type function is another built-in Python function that returns the type or class of an object. This function can be useful when you want to check the type of a variable or object in your program. Example, x42, print type x, so check what type this variable is holding, what type of data it's holding. The output class, it's holding an integer. Now this one's interesting because, and I know this is just an example, but oh no, I apologize. I'm not going to say what I was going to say because I just realized something. This is not an input. This is holding an integer. So I won't finish what I was going to say because I was going to be wrong because I realized what this was doing. So class int. In this class, type x returns class int, indicating that x is an integer or holding the integer 42. Explanation of the name function or method. When working with objects and functions in Python, you may want to receive their name as a string. The dot underscore name underscore, which I believe is 2 underscores on either side, property provides the name of the class or function as a string. Example, define my function pass, print my function dot underscore name underscore output my function. This can be particularly helpful in debugging, logging, or dynamically working with functions and classes. I'm just curious what it would look like if you didn't put this, but you put my function. All right. Well, I'm sure we'll see that later on. All right. Strings and string literals. A string is a sequence of characters that represent textual data like a person's name, a location, or a message to the user. A string can be created in various ways, such as from user input or from being defined in a program's source code. A string literal is a string defined in the source code of a program by surrounding the text value with single or double quotes, like Mary or Mary in double quotes. The string type is a special Python construct known as a sequence type, a type that orders a collection of objects into a sequence from first to last. A string's characters are ordered from the string's first letter to the last. I'm going to reread that because in my head I didn't understand it. The string type is a special Python construct known as a sequence type, a type that orders a collection of objects into a sequence from first to last. A string's characters are ordered from the string's first letter to the last. A character's position in a string is called that character's index. Okay, so we dealt with index before. The first character is at index 0, the second at index 1, and so on. Example, the string Trish has character T at index 0, character R at index 1, etc. A programmer can assign a string to a variable just as with other types like numbers. Example, str1 for string 1 equals hello, or str1 equals str2. The input function can also be used to get strings from the user. An empty string is a sequence type with 0 elements. An empty string is a sequence type with 0 elements created with 2 quotes. Example, string equals, and then the single quotes with the space in the middle, in between them. A string is an ordered sequence of characters. Type a string below to see how a string is a sequence of characters ordered by position. The numbers on top indicate each character's index. Excuse me. All right. So this just shows us the position of S is in 0, index 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and so on. Try the Mad Libs style game below. Interact with the prompt to produce a story using the words entered. Okay, let's try it. Enter a type of relative. Enter a type of relative. What does that mean? Enter a type of relative. Type of relative. So is it like saying type of relative like aunt or grandma? Or am I completely overthinking it? Food. Pasta. I love pasta. Period. How do you spell crustaceous? Period. Crustaceous. Crustaceous. Cretaceous. Crustaceous. And then enter a time period. Oh, enter an adjective. Why did I read? Oh, because I was looking at this. That's why. Enter a time period. I don't know. I don't know. 28 BC. Can I do that? It will let me do both. Let's see. My aunt says eating pasta will make me more crustaceous. Crustaceous. So now I eat them every 28 BC. Okay, I mean, it's a stupid program. I mean, it's a silly little program, but I got a kick out of it. I'm easily amused. So, what is it doing here? It's taking the variables relative, food, adjective, and period. It looks like it's taking an input, and since this isn't being defined as int or float or anything like that, it's automatically going to be a string. Any input that's taken in is a string, and that's actually what I was going to. That was oh, on the last page, that was my thought process before I realized what it was, where it said int. I realized that if you hard code in 42, that's an integer. But the input, unless you define it as an integer or float, it will automatically be a string. That's important to know when you're taking in an input that you mean it to be an integer and not a string, because you can run into some issues when either concatenating or adding, because you can't add two strings. You can concatenate two strings, but you can't add two strings. So if I were to say, input 42, input 52, and then do print 42 plus 52, it won't do it because it sees those as strings and not integers. It's taken an input for food, an input for adjective, and an input for period and time, all these being string. And then from there, it prints it out. Now, notice that if you were in my other uh, sessions, there's actually two ways this can be done here. One is quote. You put a string that you want out, like my, in quotes, and then comma, and then the variable name, and then comma, and then another string with the inside of quotes, comma, and then a variable, right? It can also be done this way, where if you recall, we learned about f strings. We can also do this. I put everything in these quotes, and I don't need to add the commas, and I don't need to add additional quotes unless I'm using it to quote a word. But I can write this my, and then in curly brackets, relative, and then outside of that says eating, and then food, like that, right? So this is a different way of doing it as well. So if I were to run this and say pasta adjective, I think adjective is like run as an adjective, I believe, time and period, 20 years. So if you'll notice, it prints it out the same way. My aunt says eating pasta. So these are two different ways of doing this. And what's nice about this is that I can add in escape sequences that will, print out as a string, instead of something like, you know, like that or something. But yeah, I mean, I just wanted to show you that there's two different ways of doing it. Okay. Order the lines of code so that the program to generate a Mad Lib style story is available. Ensure any assignment to string variables occur before they are output. Note, not all of the lines of code may be used. Order the lines of code so that the program to generate a Mad Lib style story is valid. Ensure any assignments to string variables occur before they are output. Oh yeah. So you have to define um, uh, your variable before you start outputting or anything like that. So um, we'll say we'll take in food, enter a type of food, input food. This is actually not valid. So what does it want me to do with that? Order the lines of code so that the program to generate a MATLAB story is valid. So I mean, this would actually go first because this is done the correct way. This is not. So I'm going to put this way at the bottom. Why is it? I don't think any of this is good. I mean, okay, well, Yeah, relative, period, adjective, relative, cousin. I mean, this isn't correct here. This isn't correct here. So is it just wanting me to order it like this? Um, my, and then relative, right? It says eating food. I mean, I can even do this. It says eating, uh, and then food. I'll make more adjective. I just want it to be in the same order. Adjective, period. But these two, I feel like are throwaways. So let's see what happens. I am not sure. I can't edit it, so I'm not sure what it wants me to do. Well, yeah, I want to write a correct program, but oh my gosh, I'm an idiot. Okay, so print. Uh, so it wants me to put it over here. Okay. So the correct ones we'll put over here, and the throwaway ones we'll leave over here. So now let's check it again. Perfect. Okay, so I was just, I just didn't understand the assignment. So that makes more sense. Perfect. Indicate which lines of code are valid string assignments. Greeting is assigned with hello, and that's in single quotes, and you can do single or double quotes. So this is correct. The variable is correct as well. You can write your variables with an underscore, and you can assign it an integer. So this is good. This assignment this assignment creates an integer type. Oh, indicate which code are valid string types. See, that's why you gotta pay attention to what you're reading here. So valid string types. I just thought it was looking, I was thinking in my head it was just looking for the correct assignment, but it wants valid string types. So see what happens when you don't pay attention? So range is assigned 3, 4, 5, 6. Now range, I already want to say no only because range, for like random range, but range is without the E, and I doubt it's going to try and trick us that way. But this is in single quotes, so this does make it a string, so I'm going to say yes. Response, double quotes is okay, so this is a yes. Answer, input equals input. It is not it does not specify integer or float or anything like that. It only says input. So that is, and like I mentioned before, that's inputs are automatically strings unless you convert it to something else. So I'm going to say yes. Which answer creates a string variable first name with a value of Daniel? That would be this one right here. Right here. Which answer prints the value of the first name variable? That would be, these are quotes, so that means it's printing out a string first underscore name and not the variable, but this one is right here. Which answer assigns first name with a string read from input? Which answer assigns first name with a string input? Which answer assigns first underscore name with a string read from input? Oh, okay. So yeah, that would be this one. Would be that one. Got confused there for a second for some reason. Which answer assigns first name with an empty string? That would be this one. Finding the length of a string. Ooh, length. We get to learn len. Yeah, there it is, len. A common operation is to find the length or the number of characters in a string. The length or len built-in function can be used to find the length of a string and any other sequence type like a list. Any other sequence types like a list. So let's press start. George V is a long string literal of almost 200 characters. Manually counting each character is not a good option. So it uses the len function here. So len and then the variable passed into len. And then it outputs 185, and then the string characters is much too long to name, long of a name. The len function built-in Python function returns the length of any sequence object that is passed as a parameter. Gandhi is a shorter string literal. Length Gandhi counts 26 characters in the string and returns 26. So we can see again that it's using the length function len and then passing Gandhi through it, and it's spitting out 26 characters. These characters here. John F. Kennedy is assigned with the shortest string literal, and length John F. Kennedy returns 3 for the 3 characters in the string. So length past the variable John F. Kennedy, there's only 1, 2, 3 characters, so it's saying there's 3 characters. What is the length of the string Santa? 2, 4, 5. Write a statement using len that assigns a variable num characters to the length of Santa. Write a statement using length that assigns a variable num characters length of Santa. Oh, I think I see what it's saying. Okay, so it doesn't want me to assign Santa to the variable. It wants me to assign how many characters are in Santa to the variable. So kind of like assigning, 5 to it. So num characters is assigned length, length, and then we'll say, I wonder if I have to put it in quotes like this. Santa. Santa. So I wonder if I have to put it in quotes because I have a feeling I do, because if I don't, I believe it's going to read it as a variable, just like when you do print. So let's say check. That is correctamundo. Write a statement that prints the length of the string variable. Write a statement that prints the length of the string variable. First name. What? Write a statement that prints the length of the string. Oh, okay, so it just wants me to pass the variable through it. So I would say print. I'm going to do this and see if it lets me. I'm going to say f string, curly brackets, first. And I'm doing it this way only because I like to. I mean, I can very easily just do first name like that and it would work. What? Print? Write a statement that prints the length. Oh, I'm an asshole. So it would actually be length like this. like that. But I am curious now that I realize my mistake. I am curious if it would still do. I wonder if I could still do this. I mean, if I put it in the brackets or the braces here, parentheses, it won't let me do it that way. What happens if I remove the curly brackets? Can I even do it this way? I cannot. That is interesting. So I will remove this and just pass it the easy way. And I'm going to research that because I know there's a way to do it that way. I just can't remember how. But let's do it this way. All right, so string indexing. Programs commonly access an individual character of a string as a sequence type. Uh, every character in a string has an index starting at 0 from the leftmost character. For example, the A in the string ABC is at index 0, B is at index 1, and C is at index 2. A programmer can reference a character at a specific index by appending brackets containing the desired index after the name of the string variable. So note that negative indices can be used to reference characters starting from the rightmost character of the string instead of the leftmost. Example, alphabet -1 is Z. Oh, interesting. Okay. So if you start going from from right to left, you start with -1. But do you count up -1, -2, -3, so on and so forth, or is it -1, 0? No, because 0 is the place of A, so it would have to be -2, 3, so on and so forth. I think I'm going to test that. Oh, like it tells me right here. Yeah, so this is going backwards. Individual characters of a string can be referenced using brackets at the end of a string's x. So alphabet 0. So A is in T is in 19, index 0, index 2. Attack. So then it's going to work backwards on this section. Interesting. Huh. That's really cool, actually. If that's really cool because in my head, if I were to have a long list of, let's say this was all one long list and it was like a bunch of products, let's say, right? Or a bunch of numbers, you know, and I wanted to sort that, or I wanted to find a specific number within that list. You could probably use this method here and this method here to say, okay, let's search from the middle to the left and see if there's any numbers that match the input number. If there is, awesome, you found it, which would make the search a lot quicker. Whereas if I were to say, okay, well, what if you search, if there's nothing if you don't find the same matching number on the left, now from the middle to the right, look, and I mean, it has to be on the right, right? So yeah, I feel like there's something there, but let's continue. What character is at index 2 of the string America? Well, 2 would be 0, 1, 2 would be E. Write a statement that assigns the first character of my country to my character. Write a statement that assigns the first character of my country. So my country brackets, it says it wants the first character, and we know that the first character will always start with a 0. So we'll do 0 and say check, and that is correct. What character is at index -2 of the string France? And we know that the end of the string using a -1 would put us at the very beginning. So -1, -2 is C. Correctamundo. 1 second, please. Oop. Okay, just a reminder. Okay. Strings are immutable objects, and a string variable cannot change once created. Example: name name2 is assigned B. Is an invalid way to update a character in the name variable and causes a type error when executed. Instead of assignment statement must instead an assignment statement must be used to create a new string object to replace the old string. So if let's take a look. Alphabet A B C D D D. Alphabet 0 is A, and that's invalid, cannot change the string. So that's what it's showing us here. So, and it says string object does not support item assignment. So you can't say replace, which it's trying to replace a lower case A with an uppercase A by trying to assign alphabet position 0 like that. And it's saying can't do that. So instead, alphabet ABC, lowercase, change to uppercase, print out alphabet. So you have to recreate the whole thing the way you want it. So if you just wanted one letter capitalized like A, like you want just this letter A capitalized, you'd have to rewrite the whole thing and capitalize A. Answer the following true/false questions. My string 2. Oh my God. I swear to God, I only yawn when I'm talking and doing this. I haven't yawned all day. The same thing as yesterday. I haven't yawned, and I was walking around wide awake, and the only time I start to yawn is doing this. And it's not like I'm even bored doing this because I love doing this. I have no idea why all of a sudden I just start yawning when I'm doing this. It's the freaking weirdest thing. And yeah, I don't know. Answer the following true or false. Okay, so my string index 2 is assigned X is a valid way to change the character in a string. And we just learned that that is completely false. The following is a valid way to update the address variable. So address is equal to this still is updating a string. So I think it's going to be false still because this is just another way to try and update what this is saying. But at the same time, could this be creating a whole new variable? So if I assign the variable address with this string, right? And then I say address, so the same variable name is assigned input. Does it create a whole new variable? I want to say yes. I want to say that I feel like I read somewhere that it does replace it. It creates a whole new one. I'm going to say yes, and let's see if I'm right. Yeah, boy. Okay. We'll create a new string with whatever value a user provides. The new string will replace the previous string. Okay, so it does replace it. Awesome. Awesome possum. Rock'em sock'em. Concatenating strings. So that's what I was saying before is you can't add strings, you concatenate them. A program can add new characters to the end of a string in a process known as string concatenation. The expression new plus York concatenates the string new and York to create new string New York. I noticed that there's no space there, so you may have to add a space after this or a space before this. Most sequence types support concatenation. String concatenation does not contradict the immutability of strings because the result of concatenation is a new string. Because you, oh yeah, I mean, because you could say because you added a letter. Well, yeah, no, actually that does make sense because you would add a character, not replace a character. The original strings are not altered. The plus concatenation operator can be used multiple times in a single expression and can be used with variables or string literals. String concatenation can only include string objects. String concatenation can only include string objects. Okay, so you can't concatenate integers or floats or booleans. Attempting to concatenate a string and a number will provide a type error when executed. Example, address is the sign 332, which is an integer, plus, or concatenation, Main Street. A programmer must, this is an example of not being able to do that. A programmer must convert the number to a string using the str function. So that's what I mentioned earlier is you would say whether you want the input to be a string or you want it to be this, or you'll have to convert it. This is showing that. So string function first. So you'd have to say address is assigned the 332, but the string function is converting it into a string. And now it can concatenate 332 to Main Street. Planet is assigned Mars. Oh, I can click on it. Hold on. Oh, next line to execute. Line that just execute. Oh, okay. So planet is assigned Mars. Num moons is assigned a string 2 as a string. Moon 1 assigns Phobos string. Moon 2 Deimos string. And then the statement planet, so the variable planet concatenates with has, and there's a space there, so that way there's a space. Statement, so the statement is concatenated with num moons, the string that is holding 2, and then concatenates moons. Same thing, statement, concatenate, the first is, and then this one, and then print. And then it's going to print this statement here. Okay, there we go. So global frame because statement. So it was first assigned this, and then it was reassigned this, and then reassigned this, and then reassigned this, which the ultimate outcome was probably global frame planet Mars. Yeah, that's what it was, or is now. All right. Oh, it's showing us. Okay, I thought it was doing the output. I'm like, I don't think that's the output. It's just showing us. Okay, so planet is assigned. So it's showing us that all these statements, and now these statements are being, or is taking, okay, take what you have here and concatenate it with this. Take what you have here and concatenate it with this. So it's reassigning it and adding the additional information. Mars has two moons, the first moon in Phobos, and the second moon in Deimos. And the moon's name is Luna. And I believe Earth is Terra. Order the lines of code to produce the following output. Note the white space and punctuation. Amaya Sandoz, 400, blah, 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 blah. Okay. So it's wanting us to do the same thing as last time. So this one already has the assignment first name, the assignment last name, address, right? So it wants us to say order the lines of code to produce the following output. So it wants us to output Maya or Amaya Sanders. So we'll want to take the first name and concatenate it with the last name. And then we'll want to take the mailing address. So we're going to take the full name, which now is holding first name, last name. Oh no, that's wrong. Let me tell you why. Because this one adds the space between Amaya and Sanders, where this one, it'll have it squished together without the space. So we're actually going to do that as the full name. So full name now has Amaya Sanders with the space in between. And now it's going to take full name Amanda Sanders, Amaya Sanders, Amaya Sanders, and concatenate this colon next to it, and then followed by now we have full name, address. So, oops. Oh, that is the entire address. So that actually should be it then. Yeah, that should be it. Let's check. Perfect. Awesome. All right. Type the program's output. This will be cloud. This will be YUFFIE. Yeah, IE. Next. Print person. So this is I feel like this is a trick because it assigned it here, but because of this line here with the same variable name and a string and no concatenation, it's replacing Tifa with YUFFIE. So we're going to check that, and that is correct. So now this is actually just going to print 2, 4, 5. It's going to print 5. This is going to print the index, whatever character is at 0, which is C. So it's going to print C. Print person 0. See, oh, it's because I didn't hit return or enter on this. That's why. That's the only reason why. Person. All right, so print person -5. So we're going to start from right and go left. So the first character is at -1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that would be E. And make sure you hit the return or it's going to fail. Okay, so person 1, 2, 3. Person 3 concatenates person 1 and 2, and then it says print person 3. And because there's no space, it is going to print it out this way. ERITH BARRET. It's going to print it out like that. Perfect. All right, we're going to do this last one, take a break, because I just realized that the reason I'm probably yawning is because I've been sitting here for 51 minutes without taking a break. Read strings my name and class name from input and assign variable verb description with is taking. So read strings my name. Oh, I have to click start. Come on. My name and then class name. So read strings my name so as an input. So we'll do input. It doesn't tell us to put any text in it, so we're not going to. Input from input and assign variable verb description. Come on, verb description with string is taking, and then it's going to print out my name verb description class name. I noticed that it's using a comma instead of a plus for concatenation. So I wonder if because it's using a comma, it's automatically going to add the space. But let's check. Yeah, so it looks like it automatically adds the space there. So that's interesting. Input is used to read strings when okay. That's interesting. So, but if we were to change this to, is it gonna, oh, it's not gonna let me edit it to try and do it. Oh, I do next level. Okay. The first read strings fav. So let's fav fruit. So it wants us to take an input for that. And least fav fruit. So it wants us to take an input for that one as well. This is not the correct way to take an input. You have to add the braces, the brackets, the parentheses. I think that's what they're called. Least fav fruit from input and assume fav fruit is always longer than least fav fruit. Okay. Uh, then I'll put the following, all separated by spaces. The value of, so then output the following. Okay, let's output the following. The value of fruit. So is it just saying least? Well, it says value of fruit. So it's actually going to be length least fav fruit is the length of fav fruit, the length of fav fav where am I? Oh, fav fruit minus, I should be able to do this because it's technically bringing back an integer, so minus the length of, minus length of the least fav fruit, right? And it looks like it wants us to put this in quotes. Characters shorter than the value of fav fruit, and then fav fruit, right? Let's see if I did that right. So the first input, so your output 4, expected output kiwi. Well, yeah, I mean it says, because it says the value of least, idiot, it doesn't say the length. Okay, so kiwi is, and then the length. Okay, I think that's where I went wrong. I took the value as in the length. Yeah, there we go. That was it. I just misunderstood when it was asking for the value, when it was actually just wanting, okay, print out whatever least fav fruit is assigned from the input. And then right here it specifies the length. So, but after the correction, it's correct. And now I am going to take just a couple minute break and I will be back. I suggest you take a break too. BRB. banana. And when you make me golden, gonna be golden. Up, up, up and down in voices. Yeah, my kids got me all obsessed. This is funny. This laugh, I swear this laugh is something else. I don't know if you can hear it, but this laugh. Oh, I thought it was gonna do his laugh. Sorry, I just wasted like 2 minutes of your time. All right. All right, all right, all right, all right. Oh, you know what? I wonder if I should go live. You know what I mean? And then just like they're gonna be watching me program. Not mean dog. Like watching me program, and then they have to like go to um my YouTube. You know what? Yeah, give me a second. I think I'm gonna do that. I don't think I'm gonna go live. I just curious to see what happens. I'll do D335, uh, all caps, live study session, study session, um, introduction. Oh, I can only do 32 characters. So let's see if I just do Python. Yeah, there we go. So D335 live study session, Python. Um, I haven't really gone onto live very much. So, um, one sec. Bit minuto, because I've never really done this before. You know what I mean? Um, it asks for a goal, so I'm just gonna say 10, and then I guess it has you like say a goal of, oh, okay, so a goal of like um, what you want. So that's kind of cool. I'm gonna choose the pumpkin, I guess. Uh, add this live goal automatically. Yeah, I guess whatever. And then it's scaled live rewards. I don't know what that means, so I'm just not gonna do it. Set up a professional live to connect with more potential clients. No, I don't care about that shit. Come on, get off. I didn't click on you, fucker. Interact. What does interact mean? I don't know. Enhance. Ooh, smooth. Shape. Turn face. I'm just gonna keep it off. Fuck it. All right. So I'm gonna like I have it on this like monkey thing. Oh, can you see it? This like monkey thing. And so I'm just gonna I don't know if they will be able to hear me with the monkey or not. I just want to find, I want it to get my good side. Um, I'm gonna dump that out. Put this here like this. Oh fucker. Put this here like this. Stay still. Ah fucker. That's not gonna work. Okay. Give me a sec. Give me a sec. Just one sec. I'm playing around here. All right. All right. Let's do this. Do that. Move that. Do that. And we'll just put you back where you were. We'll just kind of prop you up better. I still don't like it there. You know what? Let's try a little do stuff like this. You can't really see what I'm doing, but like kind of like that. Yeah, I guess I like that better. Okay, so I just named it D335 Live Studies Session Python. It doesn't have like, add additional. Oh, it has a dual cam though. That's tits. Let's see what that looks like. Um, oh, it just, okay. So if I actually move my phone here, I can actually capture the screen on the dual, right? That's interesting. I kind of like that. I mean, I think that's pretty cool. I mean, I don't care what anybody else thinks, but I think it's the BS-ness. I think it's BS-ness. I, but I want this to kind of be over a little bit more like that. Yeah. So that way they can see uh, the full session name. They can see right now. They can see D33 Introduction to Python and Programming in Python, the pre-assessment part 6. I, that's tits, dude. I think I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna go live and see what happens. I mean, I've never done it before. I mean, not like this anyway. All right, enough time wasted. So let's do a container is a construct used to group um, related values together and contains reference to other objects instead of data. A list is a container created by surrounding a sequence of variables or literals with brackets. Example, my list is assigned 10. So a list is a container created by surrounding a sequence of variables or literals with brackets. So it doesn't have to be just a string. It could be integer as well, floats, things like that. So my list inside of brackets, so like this one contains the integer 10 at index 0 and the string ABC at index 1. So creates a new list variable my list that contains the two items 10 and ABC. A list item is called an element. A list is mutable, meaning that the elements in a list can be replaced, reordered, or removed. A list is mutable. Okay, so where before you couldn't just change the string, right? So a list is mutable, meaning that the elements in a list can be replaced. So if we wanted to replace ABC with, I don't know, a string of 1, 2, 3, this is saying that it can be replaced, reordered, or removed. Uh, keep going. We're letting you know you're live. Okay. A list is also a sequence type, um, meaning meaning the contained elements are ordered by position in the list, known as the elements index. So 0, 1, starting with 0. So we already know that. My list creates an empty list with no elements. Um, the animation below shows how a list is created and managed by the interpreter. A list is an object, and its value is a sequence of reference uh, to the list elements. So let's see what it does. So it creates the list assigned to the prices variable. So it has a string that is the $20 here. It has a float within it, 14.99, and an integer. So let's see what it does next. So we can see here the assignment or the different indexes. So 0, 1, 2. Yeah, so it shows here 0, 1, and 2. Perfect. All right, so a little match the term to the correct definition. An integer that specifies the position of an element within a list. That would be the index. A mutable ordered collection of items that can hold elements of various data types. What did did it call it a container or an element? I think it called it an element. So that would be element. What? You called it an element. Oh, a container is a construct. The element is the item. So this is actually the container. What am I doing wrong? A container is a construct. A mutable order. So the list then. It's got to be list then. Okay, Jesus. Okay, so a data structure that holds and organizes multiple elements, allowing for easy storage and retrieval. So that is a container. An individual item stored with what's the last thing? So element. So an element is an individual item stored within a list. A container is a data structure that holds and organizes multiple elements, allowing for easy storage and retrieval. And then the list is a mutable uh, ordered collection of items that can hold elements of various data types. And we already know what the index is, like in position 0, 1, 2, or 3. Write a statement that creates a list called myNums. Okay, so we're going to do myNums, and then we have to have the brackets in order to create the list. So right now it's empty. And now we want to put containing the elements. So 5 as an integer, 10 as an integer, and 20. So this variable now contains 5, 10, and 20. Oh, my bad, sorry. I forgot to put the assignment. I forgot to put the assignment equals sign, assignment sign. There we go. Now it's correct. Um, all right. So write a statement that creates a list called my list. So we're going to say my list, right? So my list, we're going to assign it. Oops. You want the brackets, elements -100. And the string, so the string we'll have to put in quotes. Lists are fun. All right, so my list is assigned with these two in, and that is perfect. So right here is just showing that you can either do double quotes or single quotes. Write a statement that creates an empty list called class grades. So this is just wants an empty list. So we're just going to do the variable with an open brackets. So class grades is assigned, and then I keep doing curly braces when I keep meaning to do brackets. There. So just empty brackets, and that's it. That is an empty list. All right. Accessing list elements. So lists are useful for reducing the number of variables in a program. Instead of having a separate variable for the name of every student in a class, or for every word in an email, a single list can store an entire collection of related variables. Individual list elements can be accessed using an indexing expression by using brackets as in my list I, where I is an integer. So you could do like my list, find it on index 3 or find it on index 2 or something like that. This allows a programmer to quickly find the I ith element in a list. A list's index must be an integer. The index cannot be a floating point type, even if the value is a whole number like 0, 0.0 or 1.0. Using any type besides an integer will produce a runtime error and the program will terminate. So let's see what this does here. So it looks like it is taking this variable and assigning it this 30 million here. Same thing with these, assigning the different ones. This here is prices variable, and it has it's a list that contains these different variables. So these variables are in place of these 30 millions. So it's basically just holding the variables. These prints here, so containing like the F string, so these are going to print out the index location. So like what we talked about before, you know, price zero at index 0 is going to be Rolls Royce La Rose Nord because it's 0, 1, 2, 3, or yeah, 0, 1, 2. So let's check that and just kind of go through the steps here. So as you can see, it's assigning them, and then it creates the list that contains the values of those variables in each index. And we can see here index 0, index 1, and index 2 containing the values of those variables. And then it's going to print those out, on where their index location is. All right. Output the value of the second element in prices. So that is, the value is 5. And it says in the second, so 0, 1, 0, 1, 2. Okay, so it says second. It doesn't say in index 2 or index 3. So I feel like that is a trick question. 0, 1, 2. So I'm going to say 10 because I feel like it's tricking me. Yeah, nope, it did trick me. It's 5. Output the value. Oh, it's wanting me to create, or it wants me to actually type out a print statement that prints out the second element. It, sometimes the verbiage, I swear to God. All right, so we're going to print prices, okay, brackets, and then the second is going to be in index 1. There we go. Write an expression that sums the first and third element of prices. So it wants me to write an expression that sums the first and third elements of prices. So it wants me to do prices, prices. Why am I drawing a blank here? The first, so that would be index 0 plus prices, bracket, and then what was it? The first and third. So 1, 2, 3. So the third one is 0, 1, 2. So that's 2. And let's check that. And yep, that is correct. So lists are mutable, meaning that a programmer can change a list's contents. An element can be updated with a new value by performing an assignment to a position in the list. So let's see how it does that here. So it has the initial values that prices holds. And it prints those out. And then from there, it's going to update So it's going to update index 0 with 2.50. So now 1.50 is replaced with 2.50, where before we were not able to do that because you can't replace a string. Okay. Perfect. All right. Write a statement that assigns my variable with the third element of my list. So write a statement that assigns my var, okay, and we want to assign it the third element of my list. So that would be my list brackets. The third element is 0, 1, 2. So index 2 is the third element. And that's correct. It will reassign whatever is in that position with my variable. Write a statement that assigns the second element of my towns with Detroit. So write a statement that assigns the second. So a statement that assigns the second element of my towns with Detroit. So what is that? So what is that? My towns is assigned, and then my towns. No, I have a feeling that that's, yeah, that is wrong because I want to say I'm looking at my town's second element, so the first index, and I want to replace it with Detroit. Detroit, like that. Perfect. All right. Adding and removing list elements. Since lists are mutable, it either says mutable or mutable. Since lists are mutable, a programmer can use methods to add and remove elements in the list. A method instructs an object to perform some action and is specified by providing the object name followed by a period symbol, and then the method name. The append list method is used to add new elements to a list. Elements can be removed from a list using the pop or remove method. Methods are covered in greater detail later on in this section. So let's see, adding elements to a list. List.append, so it uses the append method value. You'll input a value here. So adds value to the end of list. So my list dot append ABC. So that means it's going to put the string ABC at the end of my list, the list of my list. Removing elements from a list. List dot pop removes the element at index I from list. So you can write it as my list dot pop removes the element at index 1 or whichever index you indicate. Hello, TikTok people. List dot remove removes the first element whose value matches. So my list dot remove the string ABC. So removes the first element whose value matches. So it sounds like it's going to look for the string ABC and then replace it from there using the remove method. So let's take a look here. So, so we can see here my list contains 10 and then so an integer and two strings. It's going to use the pop method at index 1, which completely removed, as we can see here, uh, the index 1 string. So now my list remove ABC, it looks for the string ABC and removes it from there. Perfect. So now the only thing that list contains is 10. Write a statement that performs a desired action assuming the list. So this is the list. Update the price of the second item in house to 175,000. So we would want to say house prices dot, and it says we need to update the price. And to update, we are going to let's see, removes on the adds value. So we want to update the value, right? So which method here? So append adds value to the end of the list. Pop removes the element of the index, removes the element whose value matches. So I feel like I'm going to use pop. So let's try it to see if I'm correct, because so I would say house prices pop, and then I want to replace you need to add the brackets after the variable and indicate which index you want to replace. So in this case, I want to replace the second item, which is at index 1, and then with what I want to replace it with. So 175, this is going to be a variable. 1, 2, 3. So 175,000 with the $sign, right? Let's check that. So the second element has an index of 1. So that's what I did here, index of 1. House prices. Did I write the variable wrong? HOUSE underscore PRICES. Okay, so let's see what it did here, right? Well, what did it do up here? Because it wanted to do, I see. So all we need to do is just assign it. So we just need to reassign it. That's all. So we don't even need to do what I'm doing here. We just need to say house prices at index 1 is assigned the new string of 175,000. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Perfect. So we just basically reassign it from the list with a different um, value by just doing a normal assignment, which will reassign it. But you got to indicate the index location. Add a price to the end of the list with a value of 1 million. So append is what I believe adds it to the end, right? Yeah, yeah, append. So we want to do add a price to the end of the list. So we want to say house prices, the variable. So house prices dot append because we're going to add it to the end of the list. So we don't need to indicate the index location. So we want to put 1 million as a string. So let's put that and see how that works. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. All right, so house prices dot append. So let's see if that worked. And it did. So this here, so when you use the append function or method, it'll append it to the end of the list. So it'll add it to the end of the list. Remove the first element from house prices using the pop method. So we want to refer to the variable house prices, right? Dot pop function, and inside of the parentheses after pop, we want to add. No, I'm sorry. So it's actually going to be house prices variable. We need to tell it what index we want it at. So the first element is always at 0 index dot pop. So let's check to see if that's correct. It is not, because I don't add the index. Okay, so it looks like because you don't add the index after the variable house prices when you're using that method or any method, you actually add it in the pop method. So let me replace that and put 0 there, and that is correct. So to remove an element from a specified index, you need to do, you call the variable house prices dot pop, which is the method's name, and then within the parentheses of pop, you will add the index you want to remove. In this case, 0. All right. So let's see here. Remove 140,000 from house prices using the remove method. So let's call the variable house prices. Oops, you got to spell it right. Prices dot remove method. So in the parentheses, just like we learned on number 3, in the remove parentheses, we are going to put in quotes $, and then 140,000. Let's see if that's correct. And it is. Perfect. So just like using pop and then passing the index through the pop method inside of the parentheses, the same thing with remove. You will put what you want to be removed. It will look for that exact value or variable and then replace it. Or I'm sorry, remove it for remove. Sequence type methods and functions. Methods like append, pop, and remove are sequence type methods. Sequence type methods are functions built into the Python language definitions of sequence types like lists and strings. All sequence type objects have associated methods that typically alter or return some information about the object. Sequence type function are functions built into the Python language that take sequences like lists or strings as arguments and operate on the given sequence. They do not require an object or dot notation. Example, len for length, my list, retrieves the length of a sequence. A subset of such functions and methods is provided. So here we can see that it has len for length, finds the length of the list. List1 plus list2 produces a new list by concatenating list2 at the end of 1. Min list. So find the element in the list with the smaller value. All elements must be of the same type. So find the element in the list with the smallest value. Oh, okay. So, and then max list, find the element in the list with the largest value. All elements must be of the same type, so integers, floats, things like that. Sum list, so that is sum list. Find the sum of all elements of a list, numbers only. So if you had 1, 2, 3, 4, it would find the sum of all those added up together. List.index val. So list.index and then the value. Find the index of the first element in the list whose value matches val. List.count. Count the number of occurrences of the value val in the list. So it's literally looking for val. All right, so let's take a look here. Sequence methods and functions. So it looks like here it's creating the list, house variable house prices, and it contains these items. Print, there are, and then it's going to print out the length, which we can see down here. There are 4 prices in the list, so 1, 2, 3, 4, because it appended the where you see the addition here, it appended the 250,000 at the end here. So that's why we see 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay, so now it's going to print the most affordable sale. So and then it will say the most affordable is for sale at, and then cost. So cost is right here. So cost was assigned the minimum house price. So it took the smallest number from this list, assigned it to cost, and then it was there and then printed out here, as we can see down here. Okay. So it looks like a new list is being created. Closing costs. Okay. So total cost, it is taking the variable cost and then adding to the sum of these values here in the variable closing cost. So it's doing the math here, putting it down at the sum function or method, and then it's going to add cost plus that. And there we go. All right. If that doesn't make sense, just let me know. Like I said, just let me know if I need to repeat anything or everything's confusing. So, or just tell me. But or if I'm going too fast. Either way, note that lists can contain mixed types of objects. Example, x equals 1, 2.5, and ABC. So x contains an integer, a float, and a string. So lists can have different types. Creates a new list x that contains an integer, a floating point, and a string. So just what I said. Later material explores lists in detail, including how lists can even contain other lists as elements. All right, the following program calculates some information regarding the final and midterm scores. Try enhancing the program by calculating the average midterm and final score. So let's see what we have here so far. Okay, so looks like we have the midterm scores and the final scores. Average midterm and final score. So it wants us to find the average midterm scores and the average of the final scores. Combine the scores into a single list. All scores, midterm scores length. So length midterm scores. Okay. Calculate the average midterm and final scores. Hint, sum the midterm scores and divide by number of midterms takers, midterm takers. Repeat for the final. So it basically wants us to take, let's say if I were to, yeah, so, okay. So let's create a variable. So I'm going to create the average. So I'm just going to say average mid term and then average for the final term, right? So to find the average, we need to take each of these and add them up and then divide it by however many there are there. So what we could do is say sum, and then the variable is midterm scores. So I want to sum up the midterm. I'm going to copy that variable because I keep forgetting how to spell it. Okay, so I want to sum the midterm scores and then divide by, I could go up here and count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so on and so forth, right? Or I can use the length method, len, and then add in the variable there. So it'll say take the sum of the scores first, and then it'll divide it by the length, and the length is however many. So if there's 5, it'll take the score divided by 5, which will give us the average. We're going to see if that works here in a second because I'm going to do that for the final term one now. So let's take final scores. Okay, and we're going to do the same thing. Sum, add in the variable final scores divided by the length of the final scores. And to see if that works, I am going to print. Let's go ahead and print average. So the average for midterm is, and then in curly brackets, we will add in the variable average midterm. And then we are going to say, I'm going to put this on the next one on the new line. So new line \n, the average for final term is, and then the curly brackets will say average final term. Whoops, what happened? Average final term. Let's see if that works. So let's run it. Okay. So the average for midterm is 84, 30.5555. So it added, so it looks like it worked. The final score ranged from 55 to 100, right? So final scores range from 55 to 100. Oh, it's just, okay. So yeah, so it's saying the lowest final. So because it took, where is it at? It took the length of the midterm scores and the length of the final scores here. And then it took what was the minimum score, minimum final score, and the max final score for each one. So when I output the average midterm and the average final term, it added the long string of numbers, so 6, 4, 2, 8, 8, 8, whatever. So we can actually shorten that, and let's say we only want 2 digits after the decimal. I'm going to add colon dot 2f to both those variables here, dot 2f, and I'm going to run it again. And as you can see, it'll give us the average midterm is 84.31 instead of 331.0056.700, like all that. So that's how we shorten it. Write an expression that concatenates the list Feb temps to the end of list Jan temps. So we need to append it. So we're going to expression that concatenates the list. So let's take Feb underscore. So temps to the end of this one. So we want to actually, it wants it to add it to the list January, not to February. It wants to take February. So let's take the variable Jan underscore temp, temps, and then we're going to say plus, right? Why am I drawing a blank on that part? Write an expression that concatenates the part that, oh, okay, so yeah, so it was just adding those two list variables. You don't even need it. So the elements of Febs are now appended to the list end of Jan temps. Okay, write an expression that finds the min value in the list total price. So we would say, min total prices. Check. Write a statement that assigns the variable average price with the average of the elements of the list total prices. So write a statement that assigns the variable average price, average price with, write a statement that assigns the average price with the average of the elements of the list total price. So why is that reading weird? Write a statement that assigns the variable average price with the average of the elements to the list, with the average of the elements total of the list total prices. So is it saying that we need to do the sum of average price, right, divided by the length of average price, right? And then, why did it enter it in? Jeez. And then plus the sum of average price divided by the length of, write a statement that assigns a variable average price with the average of the elements of the list. Oh, I see. Okay. Okay, let me redo that because I think it just clicked on what it's asking for. So average price is going to be assigned with so we're going to do sum because we want the sum or the sum of total prices divided by the length of total prices. Total prices. Let's see what that gives us. Okay, perfect. So yeah, so because we need to find the average, so we need to have the sum first and then divide it by however many prices there are there. So let's continue on to the next thing here. All right, what is the value of the length user ages? So uh, for the length, 1, 2, 3 is the answer. So what expression changes user ages to, so it's asking if we wanted to ages to 88 and 66, it's removing the number 44. So we want to use 0, 1. So we want to use remove 1. Why did that? Oh, that's why. So pop will remove it. Pop removes the one that we want from um, a specific uh, index, where remove will just remove the end one. So what expression changes? Okay, so 66, 33, so 0, 1, 2. So 44 is at 0, 1, 2, index 2. So we're going to say pop 2. Perfect. All right. What expression creates list? 77. So 77. So this wants. So it looks like it's just appending uh, user ages 1 to user ages 2. So basically, we just want to say user ages 2 plus user ages 1, which appends it. So perfect. What is returned by user ages index 5? So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's going to be an error because there is no index 5. What? Each incorrect answer. Okay, so index 5 returns the first index location of 5. Oh, no. What? That doesn't make any fucking sense. So what is what is returned by user ages index 7? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Error. Returns the first index location of 7 in the list. User ages does not have the value 7. So because you're using index, it's looking for the specific value of 7, not index, like literal index 7. That would be user ages bracket 7. What is the value of sum user ages? So the sum is 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So that would be 16. Yes, I counted with my fingers. Why is number 2 not checkmarked? Let's do that. What expression changes user ages to 1155? It looks like excuse me. It looks like it does remove 66. So pop will remove 66 because you're specifying which one, but it's pop index 0. So let's check that. Perfect. Okay. All right. Two state codes are read from input into variables state code 1, as we can see here, and state code 2, as we can see here. Then two cities are read from input into variables city 1 and city 2. Create a list named state codes list, list to hold state codes 1 and state code 2, and create a list named cities list to hold city 1 and city 2. So is it basically saying, okay, so let's break this up into pieces here. So create a list named state codes. So state codes, right? Codes. So that is an empty list. So create a list named state codes list. Oh, I spelt it wrong. You got to spell it right or it won't work. State codes list to hold state code 1 and so append state code 2 and create a list named cities list, right? Brackets to create a list to hold city 1 plus, which is append city 2. So now it's going to print out state codes list and cities list. So let's see what it does here. Why did it do that? Oh, I did not add. So I want to append a space. So I'm going to do open parentheses. Yeah, quotes, single quotes. So there and single quotes there and append and try it again. Okay. So is it wanting me to add? So is it wanting me to say, because it looks like it's adding, like if I were to say single quote, comma, right? Same thing with Atlanta or like city, right? So it's going to be single quote with a comma. Oh, and then it wants the quotes or something? Like, what the fuck is it asking me for? Let's do this. Let's put them into an F string, okay? So I'm gonna put them in an F string. Redo the whole thing here. So F string, and then we're gonna do curly brace, curly brace, curly, right? Same thing with this one. I'm gonna put it in an F string. So we'll put that in an F string. Okay. F string. So it does want me to add a comma here. and a comma here, right? But it also wants me to put them in quotes. So I'm going to do quote here. Does it want? Oops. Okay, let's do this because it wants single quote. So I'm going to specify single quote with the backslash uh, single quote, which is an escape sequence if you remember correctly. Same thing with here, here, and here. Let's see if that works better. No, it did not. It doesn't want me to use an F string. So what does it want from me? Let's try this. Like that. Like that. So if I put the escape sequences for the single quotes, will it do it that way? You know what I mean? And then uh, I mean, unless it wants me to put it in quotes, but let's take away this F string here. Take away, here, let's just take away everything and start over. Even the curly braces. So it might want me to use the escape sequence for the quotes, single quotes, but it won't let me use the F string. We'll put that there, the escape sequence there and there. But we also need to have a space, so we are going to do open, just open single quotes here. Here, let's see what this does because I don't know if it even wants me to do it this way. I don't even like the way it looks myself. So hold on one second. Come on. I was gonna end the live until I freaking did a puzzle thingy or something. Anyway, so unexpected character after line, and it didn't. Either I used the escape sequence wrong, or it's not liking it. Line adds continue characters because it's saying that it wants it appended, right? What am I doing wrong? Let's take a look to see if it did any appending up here and how it did it if it did. So, well, okay, so it didn't put it in brackets. Maybe that's my problem is that I keep putting it in brackets and I don't need to put it in brackets. Maybe I can just say, because it knows that this is a list, right? So, well, I mean, I'm making it into a list by appending. So maybe that's my issue. Maybe I'm just need to do it this way, right? Uh, like that, maybe? Because it's not liking it the other way, and it's not liking it if I do the escape sequence here, unless I'm completely misunderstanding how to do the escape sequence, but I don't I don't think I am. Um, so let's take away these brackets here because I may not need them. What did I do here? Oh, that's a comma there. So okay, and then all right, well, let's see what this does, but I don't know. So character after line. So it's not liking my stupid freaking escape sequence, and I can't figure out why. I know that. Okay, so I know that up here it shows that it appended the list by saying the variable of the first list plus the plus symbol, the concatenation symbol, and then the last variable, right? But the difference is that this is wanting us to output quotations. So what the fuck am I supposed to do? I mean, do I just put quotations inside of quotations? You know what I mean? Like that? I mean, is that what it wants? Let's try that with both of them and see if that works. Because I am really getting annoyed at what it wants. Let's see if that does it correctly. See, same thing. Triple quoted, string literal detects on line 10. See, so it's the same freaking thing. So why is it that I can't get it to output correctly? Code, what was that? Oh, it was code 1. So why, come on. Why can't I get it to output correctly? I'm going to try it without the quotes, and I know it's going to tell me it's wrong, but I want to see what it's doing without the quotes. You know what I mean? You know, unless unless I need to append everything, like for example, if I do, it won't let me do the escape sequence, but if I do single quote, and then single quotation, right? And then append city 1, and then append a space, and then append a quote, single quote here, and then append a single quote here. Is that maybe the correct way? You know what I mean? Um, Here, let's try it that way. Let's see if it works. We'll append every single small thing, even the comma, right? Append comma, right? Like that here, and append comma, like that. Append space, append the quotes here, the single quote, same thing here, right? But I don't know. Let's see if that works. I don't think that's going to work, honestly. I am at a loss. I'm at a loss here. So What is it? Why? Okay. I mean, I have this, right? So I have this, which outputs GAOH, right? With no space. And to add the space, I want to say append a open space like that, right? So same thing with this one. I would say append an open single space like this, right? So like this, right? And that gives me the space in between the two. But now it wants now it wants brackets and single quotes. But the only way I know how to do that, or that I can think of, is using an F string, but it's not letting me use an F string. Oh, oh, am I using the F string incorrectly? Fuck. Okay, so maybe I'm using the F string incorrectly. I think maybe I have to do it this way. And then I add in the brackets here and here, right? Is that what it is? If I use the F string though, I don't need to append that. I would just do brackets like this, right? So bracket, bracket, right? No? Yes? No? Let's try it. Let's see what it does, because but if I use the F string, I need to put these in curly braces like this. So add the variables in curly braces with the brackets surrounding it, and then put this into an F string, right? And then what does it want? It wants, oh, it wants a comma after this here as well, right? And then it wants to put, that's the first one. So it wants to put it wants to put the states inside of quotes. So we'll put the state inside of quotes like this, right? And then put the city 1 and city 2 into an F string as well. And it wants bracket. Well, we need to put these in curly braces anyway. So curly brace, curly brace. All right. So from there, we can add the bracket and the single quote here, and the single quote and the close bracket here with a comma, and then a bracket with a single quote and the single quote with a closing bracket. Okay, this is starting to look more correct. This is starting to look more correct. So let's test this output and see what it gives us. What the fuck? Invalid syntax. What's invalid? Like, I mean, it says the curly brace, but I'm using an F string, so I have to use the fucking curly brace, right? So line 6, it has an issue. So I don't, if anybody knows, for the love of God, please tell me. Why does it say invalid? I mean, it's an F string, so I have to use the curly brace, right? Because if I remove it, it's just going to treat it as a string. I mean, let's try it. If it doesn't like it, let's remove it and see what it does. It's still going to give me an error, I think. Yeah, it still gives me an error. I mean, it reads the whole state code 1 as a string. Um, State codes list is created by assigning state codes list with the variable state code 1 and state code 2 separated by commas inside brackets. So what, like this? Like this? So we'll try it this way. I mean, so we'll go back to trying it in the append way without the F string and see what it outputs. Because this is, oh my God, this is the way I did it earlier and it said it was wrong. That's why I went through the whole freaking thing. The whole thing. All right, before we get into this next thing, I'm going to take a break because my ass hurts. So, is there a way to pause? Is there a way to pause the live? Oh yeah, pause live. Pause. Okay, so I'll just pause it. All right, I'll be back. Okay, so on to 4.4, um, on to tuple basics. All right, tuples. A tuple, usually pronounced tuple or tuple, stores a collection of data, like a list, but is immutable. Once created, the tuple's elements cannot be changed. A tuple is also a sequence type supporting length, the length function or the length method, um, indexing, and other sequence functions. A new tuple is generated by creating a list of comma-separated values such as 5, 15, 20. Typically, tuples are surrounded with parentheses as in 5, 15, 20 in parentheses. Note that printing a tuple always displays surrounding parentheses. Oh, interesting. I wonder why that is. A tuple is not as common as a list in practical usage, but can be useful when a programmer wants to ensure that values do not change. Tuples are typically used when element position and not just the relative ordering of elements is important. Example, a tuple might store the latitude and longitude of a landmark because a programmer knows that the first element should be the latitude and the second element should be the longitude. And the landmark will never move from those coordinates. So, okay, so we can see here the tuple being created. So with the variable White House coordinates, and here's the tuple. We see the printing out like this, and we can see what it was mentioning before. It prints the tuple here, and as it mentioned above, it's going to print it out with the parentheses surrounding it. Here it takes use of the length, and it looks like it creates a new line, latitude, and then the output index. So the first index and then the second index, so 0 and 1. And then tuples are immutable. Oh, okay. So here it's an error. So as we can see here, an error because this this here is trying to reassign index 1 with 50, and a tuple is immutable, so you can't, these will always remain this number, it will never change. So that's why there's an error being thrown here, because you cannot reassign a tuple or reassign the values in a tuple. Create a new variable point that is a tuple containing the strings x um, string and y string. So create a new variable point that is a tuple containing the strings x string and y string. Does it not want me to, does it just, I mean, because I can just do variable and then create a tuple here with x, right? So x string, oh, it's capital X string, and then separated by a comma, y string. I mean, it sounds like that's literally just what it wants me to do. So no, I'm wrong. Oh, okay. The point is the variable name. Idiot. All right. There we go. Okay. If the value of variable friends is the tuple, then what is the result of length friends? Ooh, that's a great question. So I mean, I would want to say, then what is the result of length friends? So one, two, three. Oh, so yeah, never mind. It's just three. Yeah, three. I was thinking a printout. The printout would include the parentheses with it, but it's just asking for length. All right. Named tuples. A program commonly captures collections of data. Example, a car is described using a series of variables describing the make, model, retail price, horsepower, and number of seats. Excuse me. A named tuple allows the programmer to define a new simple data type that consists of named attributes. A car named tuple with fields like car.price and car.horsepower would more clearly represent a car object than a list with index positions correlating to some attributes. The named tuple container must be imported to create a new named tuple. Once the container is imported, the name tuple should be created like in the example below, where the name and attribute names of the name tuple are provided as arguments to the name tuple constructor. Note that the fields to include in the name tuple are found in a list, but the fields may also be a single string with space or comma separated values. So here, named tuple is imported. So we have car, named tuple, and then car. It looks like it separates. So car, and it creates a list. Okay. So it just has a string and a list is what it looks like it has in there. So let's, oh, okay, here. So Chevy Blazer has the tuple. So car, Chevrolet, Blazer, and then all the different variables. So use the name tuple to describe a car. Okay. Chevy Impala. Use the named tuple to describe a different car. Interesting. So car looks like is being turned into a tuple variable by calling named tuple and adding in the uh, car as the variable, right? And then this car is going to hold a make, a model, a price, a horsepower, and seats. So when you print Chevy Blazer, it will make when you print Chevy Blazer, it will say car and it will have the list in parentheses for that Blazer, the Chevy Blazer. Same thing with the Chevy Impala. So it looks like when you print a tuple, it's going to include the variable name in addition to its values. So the make equals Chevrolet, the model equals Blazer, so on and so forth. Interesting. Named tuple creates only the new simple data type and does not create new data objects. Above, a new data object is not created until car is called, which is happening here when when it wants to assign the information to the Chevy Blazer variable is called with appropriate values. A data object's attributes can be accessed using dot notation, as in Chevy Blazer dot price. Okay. This named attribute is simpler to read than a list of tuple reference via index, such as Chevy Blazer 2. So that's cool. So it's basically already telling you uh, whatever variable make, like Chevy, for example, make uh, or car. Oh, car. So it's calling carb. So the variable. Uh, and then price is being put in the price section. So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, right? Make, model, yeah, price. So car is the named tuple. So that's interesting. So this basically says that this car is a tuple. So this is the named car, and you call it. You can call specific areas in that car, like make, model, price, horsepower, seats, by saying Chevy dot price. This named attribute is simpler, so you can do it that way instead of calling the specific index name, especially since if you were writing a program, you wouldn't really like memorize what index value it's at. So Chevy Blazer dot price makes sense. Like normal tuples, named tuples are immutable. A programmer wishing to edit a named tuple would replace the named tuple with a new object. So you'd have to create a whole new tuple then. Let's see. So assume named tuple has been imported. Use a list of strings in the named tuple uh, constructor where applicable. Complete the following named tuple definition that describes a house. So house equals uh, how did it do it up here? So it said, so we have to say tuple, named tuple in order to basically say we're going to create house as a tuple and then have the ability to call it later on to assign to a variable. Create a new name tuple dog, right? Uh, no, right? No, we'd have to say dog equals named tuple and then name tuple dog. Oh, you want to make sure you capitalize it and lowercase it where it needs to be, otherwise it's going to be wrong. That has the attribute name, breed, and color. So here we'll say in single quotes dog, comma, and then in parentheses we will put name, in parentheses breed, comma, color, right? So we create the variable dog. We tell it we want it to be a tuple, so named tuple. And then in here, we call the variable again, or type in the variable here, and then in parentheses, we'll put the attributes. So name, breed, and color. Let's check to see if that's correct, and it is not correct. I did something wrong. So what did I do wrong? Did I? Oh, I used. No, that's parentheses. Is it bracket? Oh, nope, it's brackets. That's why. So you don't put the attributes in parentheses. You put the attributes in brackets. Bracket. There we go. So let's fix the other side. There we go. So dog can now be used to create new dog data type objects. Let address equal name tuplet address and then the attributes. Create a new address object house where house.street is blah 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 blah. House.city is blah blah blah, and house.country is blah blah blah. So let address create a new address object house. So house how I want to double check. So yeah. So house uh, let's assign, so address is the so address, right? And then that's where we put the attributes, correct? So we'll do um, located at city. So address, street, city, so street. So we're going to do the street first since that's the first attribute. Do I need to put it in quotes? It does look like I need to put it in quotes. So we'll do this. And then city will be London. And then country will be England. England. So we have a variable house, and we want to create house into a tuple that has the attributes of the street name, the city, and the country. So let's see if that's correct. Yes, it is correct. Awesome. So now whenever somebody wants like the specific address, they would just call the variable house dot city, and it will pull, it would grab London, or house dot street, and it'll grab the address. Given the value named tuple car equals name tuple car, make, model, price, horsepower, seats, add data objects car1 and car2, write an expression that computes the sum of the price of both cars. So am I going to do car1 dot price, right? Let me check something here. I just want to make sure. So here, I'll try it. So let's see what it does. So car.price, and it wants us to write an expression that computes the sum. So the sum of car one price plus the sum of car two dot price, because we want to call the tuple price, or we want to refer to the tuple. Okay, so let's see if it did it correctly. I did not. So car price. So and data objects car1 and car2, write an expression that computes the sum of the price of both cars. Oh, okay. So maybe I just need to do it within the sum parentheses like this, and then car2 dot price, right? So maybe that's what I need to do. No? So write an expression that computes the sum of the price of both cars. Why? Oh, is it because I'm not calling? Am I not calling I'm not calling the tuple correctly. So I need to do car in all caps and put that in parentheses. Maybe that's why. Nope. car1 dot price. What if I don't need to use the sum? So car, right? Car1 dot price, because I refer to the tuple here, car1 dot price plus car2 dot price, right? Write an expression that computes the sum of the price of both cars. Or is it that I need sum around car1 and then sum around car2, maybe? That's not right either. So, I mean, that's how it's calling car here, right? And let's see, car and then price. So I refer to dot price, right? Because right here it does the same thing. Or where is it at? So like right here, it shows the variable dot price, right? So why is it that, why can't I see this? Okay, I'm about to say show me the answer because I'm spending too much time on this. But I call the car, so the tuple name is car, right? So I do car, parentheses, some car. Maybe maybe I'm trying to add it into one, but it shouldn't be all in one. Maybe it should be like, you know, car and then some car.one.price, and then the same thing like that, right? Car, and then call the tuple here as well. No, I'm gonna do show answer because I'm spending too much time on this. And I'm not sure what I'm doing wrong here. That's what I did the first time, and it told me I was wrong. I just did car1 dot price and car2 dot price, and it said I was wrong. Car1 dot price plus car2 dot price. I mean, now it's saying I'm right, but it said I was wrong. I swear to God. School is a name tuple with fields name, city, state, and enrollment. Variable school is a school object created with 3 strings and 1 integer. Read from input as attributes. Output the following. So school name followed by school's name attribute, city followed by city's attribute, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so let's do this. So so it wants, so school is a named tuple, which I can see here. So school is a named tuple, and it holds the values of name, city, state, and enrollment, right? So variable school, so here's school variable, is a school object, so school, and it looks like it's taking in, it's naming the tuple, and then it's asking for an input for name, city, state, and enrollment, right? Created with 3 strings and 1 integer. Inputs are automatic strings. That's why it's saying 3 strings and 1 integer. Read from input as attributes. Output the following. So school name followed by a school's name attribute. So is it saying like school name, and I want to say what? Variable school dot name, right? No, because it's saying to print it out. And so strings and 1 integer, read from the input attributes, output the following. Okay, so I think what it wants me to do is this: print. Whoops. It wants me to. Oh, come on. Print. Okay, and then school name, and we want to call, say, school. I think we have to add a comma though. School dot name, right? And then we'll do another print. City. And then school dot city, right? Print state, school dot state, and then finally print uh, enrollment, and then school dot enrollment. So let's see how that prints out. All right, so I did something wrong, and it looks like I did the entire thing wrong. Oh, well, maybe not the entire thing. I just forgot a comma here. So let's try it again with the comma. See if it gives us an error again. It does, but this time looks like it's spacing. So it looks like I might have just added too much space, or here I didn't add a space. School name, I did add a space, but it says it's too many spaces. So is it not necessary to add the space after the string then? Let's take a look. Okay, that's what it was. I didn't have to add in that space. So it looks like it automatically adds in the space for us after the comma. Okay, perfect. So we named the tuplet, and then we created a variable with the tuplet informations, taking the input, and then output those. And then called for that tuplet. So school dot state dot enrollment, and put that out there. Awesome. All right. So moving on to 4.5 basics. Um, set basics. A set is an unordered collection of unique elements. A set has the following properties. Elements are unordered. Elements in the set do not have a position or index. I'm going to read that again because in my head I messed up. Elements are unordered. Elements in the set do not have a position or index. Elements are unique. No elements in the set are the same value. Okay, so it's not going to have like 1, 2, 2 or 1, 3, 1, 3, 1, 3 or something like that. A set can be created using the set function, which accepts a sequence, type, iterable object, list, tuple, string, etc., whose elements are inserted into the set. A set literal can be written using curly braces with commas separating set elements. Note that an empty set can only be created using set. So here we can see that nums1 uh, is being created as a set. So create a set using the set function. So it says set and then parentheses and then the brace, the square brace bracket is what it's called. 1, 2, and 3. Create a set using at least a set literal. So nums2 looks like the curly braces and then 7, 8, and 9. So create a set using a set literal. And then this one here where you define set, create a set using the set function. And then it prints. So it looks like the outcome of the print is the same. All right, so let's take a look here. Because the element of a set are unordered and have no meaningful position in the collection, the index operator is not valid. Oh, okay, so you can't call a specific index like 0 or 2 or 3 for a set. Interesting. Attempting to access the element of a set by position, for example, nums bracket 2, to access the element at index 2 is invalid and will produce runtime error. A set is often used to reduce a list of items that potentially contains duplicates into a collection of unique values. Simply passing a list into set will cause any duplicates to be omitted in the created set. Okay, let's take a look here. So I'm going to run this, and so we have our set here, first names, and then it has Alba, Hema, Ron, and Alba again, and then Musa. So Alba is the duplicate here. Creating a set removes any duplicates. So names set is equals set, and then it passes first names into the set function here. So and then it assigns it to name sets, and then it prints out name sets. So because it's a set, it removed the duplicate Alba and only printed out one Alba. That's interesting. What is the result of set AZ? A set that contains A and Z. A list with the following elements, or invalid error. I'm going to say a set that contains A and Z. And that is correct. What's the result of set 10, 20, 25? A list with the following, what is the result of set? So a list with the following elements. 10, 20, 25, a set that contains 10, 20, 25. So I'm going to say a set that contains. Oh, set requires an iterable object like a list to be provided. But it did. Oh no, that's in I don't understand because it didn't put it in brackets. That's why. Okay, so it's an invalid error. So a set should be given a list of elements to place in the set. The provided values should be contained within a sequence type iterable object. So because these weren't put in brackets, that's what it's looking like to me anyway. What's the result of set bracket like that right there? Bracket 100, 200, 100, 200, 300. So a list with the following elements. A set contains 100, 200, and 300. I am going to say a set that contains 100, 200, and 300 because a set cannot have duplicates, as we learned above. So I'm going to choose this one. Correct. A set creates a new set containing the provided elements, removing any duplicates. Okay, so modifying sets. So I'm actually going to take a quick break here. I will BRB. All right. 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 So, okay. So modifying sets. uh, okay. Sets are mutable. Elements can be added or removed using set methods. The add method places a new element into the set if the set does not contain an element with the provided value. So, oh, okay. So as long as it's not a duplicate, basically. The remove and pop method remove an element from the set. So you can use either one, it seems like. Additionally, sets support the length function return the number of elements in a set. To check if a specific value exists in a set, a membership test such as value in set, a membership test such as value in set. Oh, okay. Discussed in other sections. Oh, okay. Can be used. Adding elements to a set. Set.addValue. Add value into the set. Example, my set.add ABC. Remove elements from a set. Set.remove and then the value. Remove the element with given value from the set. Raises key error if value is not found. Example, my set.removed ABC. Set pop removes a random element from the set. My set, oh, a random element. Interesting. Some of the methods. So looks like you can use length with the set. Find the length number of elements in the given set. You can update, so adds the element in set 2. So set1.update would add the elements in set 2 to set 1. Set1.update set 2 adds the elements in set 2. Okay, because you're passing that. Okay. Set.add adds value into the set. Set.remove removes value from the set, raises key error if the value is not found. Pop removes a random element, and clears all elements from the set. Let's see. So names 1 and names 2. So those are two lists. The add method adds a single element to a set. So names1.add and then whatever that name is. So it added that to the names1 set. The update method update method adds the elements of one set to another set. So it basically just moved all these and appended it to names1. The remove method removes a single element from the set. So this said names1.remove and it specified Dean. And then this here says names2.clear, which cleared the entire names2 set. Write a line of code to complete the following operations. Add the literal writer to the set names. So names, curly braces. No. That's wrong. So it would actually be names dot. So add the literal writer. So add. So names dot add and then writer writer, right? Is that how you do it? Okay, perfect. I didn't want to look first because I'm not going to learn if I don't you get it wrong once in a while. So names.add writer. So that did do it. So add all the elements of set goblins into set monsters. So I would do that by saying goblins dot update and then pass monsters through update monsters. No, that's incorrect. Goblins.update. Isn't that what it was though? Update and then monsters? Oh, maybe it's update all the elements. So maybe instead it's goblins equal or assignment monsters. Uh, mon no mon goblins dot update is a no, that's not right. What the hell? Let me okay, I'm gonna look. So update, so it just did name dot update in the names too. That's what I did, right? I went so add all the elements of set goblin. Oh, okay, because I was supposed to do monsters dot update and then pass goblins through it, not monsters. Yeah, okay, that's my issue, as I just kind of flipped it. Okay. Remove all the elements from the trolls set. So was that was clear, right? It was clear. Trolls dot clear. Is that right? Was it clear? Let's check. Oh, I forgot the L in clear. That or my L button hasn't been working. There we go. Get the number of elements in the set elves. So length and then pass elves into length, right? Yeah. Python set objects support typical set theory operations such as intersections and unions. Provided below is a brief overview of common set operations supported in Python. So set dot intersections, unions, difference, symmetric differences. So so intersection returns a new set containing only the elements in common between set and all provided sets. Oh, common words, common elements. Okay, cool. Union returns a new set containing all of the unique elements in all sets. Returns a set containing, oh, so this is difference. Excuse me. Returns a set containing only the elements of set that are not found in any of the provided list sets. Okay. Returns a set containing only the elements of set that are not found in any of the, okay, so returns a set containing only elements that appear in exactly one set of set A or B. So that was symmetric differences, dot symmetric differences. Okay, let's see what this does here. Oh shoot, my phone is about to die. It's at 2%. Oh crap! I wanted it to keep going. I thought I was at 100%. I don't know where my charger is. Damn it. All right. Well, I guess I'll end the live. You can catch me at YouTube. The YouTube link is in my bio if anybody cares. But my phone's at 1%, so I got to charge it, and I can't charge it while it's on the stand. It just doesn't have a port for it or anything. So check out my link on my profile then if you want to keep watching. Thank you. All right. So let's see here. What was it doing? Result set equals names dot union. The union method builds a set containing the unique elements from names 1 and 2. So 1 and 2. Corin only appears once in the resulting set. So result set names 1 dot union 2 builds a set containing the unique elements from names 1 and names 2. So it takes this, it looks through it, and it says what's unique, right? So Con, Dean, Pedro, Corin, Tia, Kara, Corn, Amelia. Con, Dean, Pedro, Corn, Tia, Kara, Amelia. So it just did what it had done before, and it removed the duplicate, it looks like. The union method builds a set containing the unique elements from names 1 and names 2. Corin only appears once in the result set. The intersection method builds a set that contains all common elements between result set and names 3. Between so when it created this set here, so now it's saying, now when you go to intersection, the intersection method builds a set that contains all common elements. So is it choosing con and car because they both have k's, like in common? The difference method builds a set that contains elements only found in result set that are not in names 4. So result set difference names 4. So did it choose? So it's saying it chose Kara because it took result set right, and then it takes that result set and it says what's the difference between result set, which is Con and Kara, and 4. Well, the difference is that Con is in names 4, but Kara is not, right? And that's why it's going to choose Kara. Okay. Assume that monsters equals Gorgon, Medusa, Trolls, William, Bert, Tom, Ford, Gordon, Bert, Tom. Fill in the code to complete the line that would produce the given set. Fill in the code to complete the line that would produce the given set. So Gordon, Bert, Tom, Medusa, William. So that would be, it looks like it removed so Bert was a duplicate and Tom was a duplicate. So I would say unique or union, I mean, right? Let's do union. The union method joins elements of the provided sets together into a new set. So basically removing, it combines them and then it removes Any duplicates. So George or Gorgon, Bert, Tom, Medusa, William. Oh, it combined it does. It hasn't even done the remove yet. It's union is a literal word for, together or combining. Okay, Gorgon. You can't call it. I mean, it can't be intersection, right? So it might be difference. Is it difference? Which set operation returns only common elements in the provided sets? Common would be common. Oh, intersection. That's what it was. Intersection. The intersection method returns a new set with the shared elements between the two. Monsters. Oh, okay. So horde. So what's in common? Okay. So monsters dot symmetric difference. Symmetric difference returns a set containing only elements that appear in exactly one of set A or B. So monsters horde, right? Gorgon is found in both monsters and horde, but not in trolls. Ah, so all three are omitted. Bert and Tom. Bert and Tom are found in horde, and Medusa is only found in monsters, so are included in the results. Oh, okay. Create a variable unique name. Okay, let's do this. Okay, so create a variable unique unique names as an empty set. So equals like that with the curly braces. Empty set so that 4 strings can be read from input and added to unique names. Note, because sets are unordered, the set is printed using the sorted function from here for comparison. So it's going to say unique names and then an empty set. So it takes in inputs for each variable, name 1, name 2, name 3, name 4. And then it calls unique names dot and then add name 1, name 2, and then prints out a sorted set of unique names. So let's check to see what that does. And I'm wrong. So let's see. Dict object has no attribute add. What does that even mean? Unique names add. name one. Your output, your program produced no output. Create variable, unique names. So unique names equals, so do I have to specify set open brackets? Curly braces, I mean, curly brackets? No. Do I have to say set curly parentheses and then not curly, but like that, like square? Oh yeah, I do. Okay. So I had to do parentheses and then the brackets and specify that it's a set. This one was duplicates and it removed the duplicates. So that's interesting. Who was blowing up my damn phone? One sec here. Sorry, just bear with me here a second. All right, I'm sorry. Okay. I get distracted sometimes. All right. Minuto, por favor. All right, all right, all right. Reading a dictionary. All right. The dictionary is something I've been like wanting to learn. Um, uh, Give me one sec here. I'm gonna post a like a clip from my live here, as you can hear. One sec. If you're not on the live and you're just watching this as a repeat or a rerun, just you can fast forward past my silence. Sometimes I get distracted. I just kind of wanted to mess around and post this live highlight or like a clip of the live because I wanted the live to be the entire time of us being here, but uh, my phone was dying, so I ended it early. So I'm just gonna do a quick recap. Uh, anyway, that was fun. Okay, so ich bin Newton. Anyway, all right, enough messing around. Consider a normal English language dictionary. A reader looks up the word cat and finds the definition. A small domestic carnivore. The relationship between cat and its definition is associative, i.e., cat is associated with the words describing cat. A dictionary is a Python container used to describe associative relationships. A dictionary is represented by the dict object, so like short for dictionary, object type. A dictionary associates or maps keys with values. A key is a term that can be located in a dictionary, such as the word cat in the English dictionary. A value describes some data associated with a key. So if a key is cat, then the value describes some data associated with the key, such as a definition. A key can be any immutable type, such as a number, string, or tuple. A value can be any type. A dict or dictionary object is created using curly braces. So curly braces, yeah, curly braces, to surround the key, to surround the key colon value pairs that comprise the dictionary contents, that comprise the dictionary contents. Example, players equal, and then curly braces, and then Lionel Messi, colon 10, uh, and then comma, Cristiano Ronaldo, 7. So it looks like that's two entries in a dictionary, meaning Lionel Messi is the key and 10 is the value, right? So creates a dictionary called Players with two keys, Lionel Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo, soccer players, if you didn't know that, I believe. Associated with the values, yeah, so associated with the values 10 and 7, probably their shirt names. Yep, jersey numbers. And an empty dictionary is created with the expression players equals and then the curly braces. Okay. Sorry, I was just kind of thinking in my head, so then how is a list created? A set, I was kind of like trying to picture those in my head, that I'll probably look up after this. Expression player equals, okay, so that's how you create an empty dictionary. So variable equal, we know it's an assignment sign. I just keep saying equal, and I probably will keep saying equal, but it's an assignment. Anyway, so players equals and then curly brackets, curly braces, braces. Dictionaries are typically used in place of lists when an associative relationship exists. Example, if a program contains a collection of anonymous student test scores, those scores should be stored in a list. However, if each score is associated with a student name, a dictionary could be used to associate student names to their scores. Other examples of associative relationship includes last names and addresses, car models and price, or student ID number and university email. Figure 461, creating a dictionary. So here it does players equals, and then it has a curly brace, and it kind of like separates it like this, which makes sense. I think it was more readable. So Lionel Messi 10, Cristiano Ronaldo 7. So the key and then the value, and then when you print it, it comes back. Oh, it looks like it comes back with the whole thing. It comes back with um, everything within, literally everything within the curly braces, including the curly braces. So note that the formatting list or dictionary entries, like in the above example, where elements appear on consecutive lines, helps to improve the readability of the code. The behavior of the code is not changed. So That's what I was saying, was it just looks prettier. Creating dictionaries. Run the program below that displays the caffeine contents in milligrams for 100 milligrams divided by grams, or milligrams, um, of some popular foods. The indentation and spacing of the caffeine contents milligrams, key values pairs simply provide more readability. Note that the order is maintained in the dictionary when print, not standard before Python 3.7. Oh, okay. It's just saying that that wasn't standard before. Excuse me. Okay. So let's run this. And it looks like you have the keys and the values. So Mr. Good Bar Chocolate, 122. So it's just printing everything within it, within the dictionary. Use braces to create a dictionary called Ages that maps the names Bob and Frank to their ages 27 and 75, respectively. For this exercise, make Bob the first entry in the dictionary. Okay, so we have to do curly braces, right? So Bob, but Bob doesn't have a value. I mean a value. Well, let's see what it does. Frank, 27. And then, oh, Bob and Frank. I don't know why I was reading it as three different names. So Frank is actually 75, and Bob, come on, Bob is 27. Yeah, I don't know why I was reading as three names. I think because I said Bob twice. Or does it have to be Bob is in single quotes and then the colon outside of the quote? Maybe that's what it is. Like that. Oh, okay. So you don't. Oh, I put the quote there. Yeah. So Mr. Good. So it has the value. I'm inside the set in parentheses, colon, and then the value. Oh, I added a comma at the end here. Like that. Oh, and that. Damn. Didn't add the 7. Finally. No, that was just all over the place. I don't know what that was. That's all. It's all downhill from here now. All right. Though dictionaries maintain a left to right ordering, dictionary entries cannot be accessed by indexing. Though dictionaries maintain a left to right ordering, dictionary entries cannot be accessed by indexing. So just like the sets, you can't access the sets indexing either. To access an entry, the key is specified in brackets. If no entry with a matching key exists in the dictionary, then a key error runtime error occurs and the program is terminated. See, prices, and it creates the list. So apples $1.99, oranges $1.49. Print the print. So this prints the price of apples is, and then in curly braces, it said because it's using an F string, says prices brackets because it says that's how you access it is with brackets, and then single quote apples. Right? So the price of apples is $1.99. Next line, the price of lemons is, and then let's see what it did different here. Prices, lemons. Well, and lemons is not part of the list. So it's going to say key error lemons. So there's nothing there. There's no lemons available pretty much. You could probably turn that into an if statement and then say, we currently don't have lemons in stock. That was dumb. A dictionary entry is a key accessed by placing a key in curly braces. A dictionary entry is accessed by placing, so accessed, no. Created, yes, but not accessed. You have to use the brackets for accessing. Dictionary entries are ordered by position. No. Oh, wait, what? Oh, yeah, as a Python 3.7. As a Python, the standard is for dictionaries to maintain their left to right insertion order, though ordered dictionary entries cannot be accessed by indexing. Adding, modifying, and removing dictionary entries. A dictionary is mutable. So entries can be added, modified, and deleted as necessary by a programmer. A new dictionary entry is added by using brackets to specify the key. So price is banana equals or is assigned to $1.49. So a dictionary, so that means it's going to find banana and change the value of it to $1.49 versus uh oh, I thought it was up there, but versus whatever the current price is basically, right? Yeah. A dictionary key is unique. Attempting to create a new entry with a key that already exists in the dictionary places the existing entry. The delete key, the del, so del for delete, keyword is used to remove entries from a dictionary. Del prices, so delete prices papaya. So does it delete all of papaya or just the price? Removes the entry whose key is, oh, okay, so key is papaya, so it'll remove papaya, probably its value as well. If the if the request key to delete does not exist, then a key error occurs. Adding new entries to a dictionary. Dict, so dictionary, bracket, and then K equals, and then V colon, so value or variable, I'm sorry, or value. So V colon adds the new key value pair, K dash V. If dict K does not exist, example, students John equals A plus. Adding new entries to dictionary. So students John adds new key value. So dict K equals, so V, so value, so adds new key value, pair key value if dict K does not. Okay. So modifying existing entries in a dictionary. Dict K, so update the existing entry dict K. If dict K already exists, example students Jessica equals A plus. Removing entries from dictionary. delete the entry. So delete students, Rachel. So prices looks like create an empty dictionary, curly braces here. So, and then prices, bananas, is equal to, or is a sign, or bananas is 149. Add new entry, print prices. So bananas 149. Prices, so it does it again, bananas, but the prices went up to $1.69. Modify entry. So it just created or replaced the existing one with a new value. Delete prices, banana, remove entry. Removes entry. If you do delete prices, bananas, it completely removes bananas. Um, okay. Which statement adds pairs to the following dictionary? So pairs doesn't exist, but if we wanted to add pairs, we would say this one, like an assignment. Executing the following statements produces a key error. Prices, so curly braces, okay. Kiwi. Delete prices limes. Yes, because limes doesn't exist. Executing the following statements adds a new entry to the dictionary. Executing the following, okay, so prices, so this here, and then prices, oranges, statement adds a new entry. It doesn't really add a new entry, it just replaces an existing one. So I'm going to say false. Correct. Awesome. Two strings, two string and integer pairs are read from input. So inputs. Each pair represents a student's name and score on a test. Complete the following steps. So create an empty dictionary. So create an empty dictionary named scores, dict, and then curly braces, right? Add the following two key value pairs to the dictionary named scores dict. So key is person underscore name one, and the following two key values to the dictionary named score list, scores dict. Key person name one with the value person score one. Um, okay. So I say brackets. No, no, because it would. So it's calling. So it's actually saying. So I should actually say scores underscore dict dot, right? Or not dot. Brackets like that equals person score one, and then scores dict person name 2, person score 2, right? Let's see if that's correct. I spelled it wrong, that's why. Okay, perfect. Dictionary food quantities contains four key value pairs, each representing a food name and the quantity purchased. A string is read from input into variable key name, representing a food name and food quantities. Complete the following steps. Output the quantity corresponding to key name in dictionary food quantities. So what do I gotta do? Print. Output the quantity corresponding to key name. So print key, no, food quantities bracket and then key name, right? Key name dictionaries for quantities. Delete the key value pair associated with key name from food. Delete the key value or key value pair associated with the key name. So is that like delete food quantities, delete food quantities, and then brackets key name. Let's see. Oh yeah, perfect. Okay, awesome. Dictionary age_dict contains two key value pairs, each representing a student's name and age. Complete the following steps. Read a string from input into variable name representing a student's name. So input a string, so read a string, so input from input into variable excuse me, key name representing a student's name. Modify the age associated with key name so that the update value is the original value plus 3. What? So it's going to say age_dict key name. So the updated value is original value plus 3. Plus 3. Like that. So do I have to do the addition inside of the brackets? Like that? So modify the age associated with the key name so that the update value is the original value key name plus 3 maybe. Since dict1 key name is the value associated with the key name in dict1. Dict1 key name equals key1 dict1 key name plus 3. Updates dict1 key name to the current value plus 3. That's what I did, didn't I? I said age dict, right? Age dict, and then key name equals, equals age. Oh, that's why, because I need to refer to it. Dict, age dict, key name plus 3. That's right. Okay, so I think that's why I have to reassure it that that's what I'm referring to. Yeah, okay, that's what it was. Dictionary number to word contains 12 key value pairs. Complete the following steps. Read integers time1 and time2 from input. Okay, so read integers time1, time2, okay, from an input. So input, and it says integers, right? So int input, int input, right? Use num to word to output key, sorry, use num to word. So to output, so what? Print num to word, output key times 1 values times 1 values followed by 2 and key num to word brackets num to word what am I doing? Oh, time two, right? So it's gonna basically time to time, time to. So whatever the input is. So let's check. Yeah. So 11. So 11 to 10. So 11, 11. Sweet. Okay. All right. Perfect. All right. So I think that concludes today. Um, I would come back, but I'm going to take a break and then get some cleaning done. And then by the time I get back, I'll have a busy house. So um, where are we here? So we're halfway done. So tomorrow we'll finish up and then continue into branching. So perfect. Thank you so much. We'll see ya.